Hi, today's video is about this trench watch from 1921, so it's over 100 years old. And this is the watch that I bought in Lebrasis, and it's I did a complete revision on it. So this is part one of that, the video of the revision. And I think that this is going to be a long video. I still kind of am into these videos where I show all my mistakes and how tedious it is for me to do this as an amateur. So I just wanted to say, like, before you start watching it, I actually succeed. I got it running. I lubricated it completely. It's a complete revision, basically. It was missing. One of the hands was broken, so you can't tell because it's 725, whatever. But basically, I replaced the hands with hands from a donor watch, and then I replaced the crystal, which was also missing, and cleaned the case, ultrasonically cleaned the case, and cleaned the movement parts in my Elma watch cleaner, and then reassembled it and lubricated it. So this is kind of a very special watch for me because I bought it as a non-runner, broken, and I was just curious about, I guess the main thing that I was curious about was it had this balance that's temperature compensated. It's a combination of brass and steel. And the idea behind these balances 100 years ago was that when the temperature changed, it affected the mainspring. And so to counteract that, they had a balance that would actually shrink and expand with the temperature to compensate for the shrinking and expansion of the not the mainspring, the hairspring, the balance spring. So I saw that and I just was curious about it, and I bought it for $15. And then I kind of didn't think I could fix it, but it's also a model for, like, the older the watch is, the more interesting it is in terms of, like, actually being able to fix something that's so old. And the cheaper it is, the more likely it is that nobody would ever find it worth repairing. So you're kind of giving some life back to something special. So the other thing about this is that yesterday, I live in Switzerland, and yesterday I was in La Chaux-de-Fonds for a watch fair, and then afterwards I went to Fontaine-Mellon, which is the small town where FHF, which is the Fabrique Horloge Fontaine-Mellon, where this movement was made. And that FHF is now owned by Swatch Group. So I went there and took this watch back to its birthplace. And when I bought it, I didn't know, obviously it says Swiss on it, but I had no idea what it was or where it was from. And then there was this process of, like, researching those details that I find really interesting. Kind of anybody who's into pocket watches knows about all this stuff, but wristwatch people don't so much. So this has, like, this is a silver case, and they had silver hallmarking in the 100 years ago, still do today, gold anyway, precious metal hallmarking. And so I did some research on all that, and that's how I dated the case to 1921, because these hallmarks, it was actually sent to Britain, to London, and the U, it's actually a horseshoe, it looks like a U there. That hallmark means London. And then there's like a L or an F, I forget what it is, but I looked all this up, and that indicated 1921. G&S, somebody on my previous video about this had said that I should look up Gordon Stockwell, I think. So that's the importer who had it hallmarked for the gold, for the silver purity. And then There's some more. There are additional hallmarks I found during the work that you'll see in this video, where I found the Fontaine melon. They use a arrow and an apple in a reference to William Tell, the famous Swiss. I think he's actually from pre-formation of the Confederation, but he's famous for shooting the apple off of his son's head or his wife's head or whatever. That was their logo, and that's on the inside of the movement. So that's how I know the watch was made by Fontaine Mellon. Could have been cased by anyone and sold by anyone, but the movement is kind of what matters in that respect. And then I found this strap at the Salvation Army near my house and near my office, and this strap is designed for exactly this kind of trench watch, and it was brand new. I think that's in this video is 3 hours long, and it's the first of several that document this whole process, and this is in the last when I actually put the strap on it. But basically it's designed to work with watches that don't have lugs. They have a continuous bar of metal there. So you buy it, it's open, and then you can epoxy it shut. And that was like $3 at the Salvation Army across the street. Anyway, I think it's really cool, and I hope you enjoy the video about it. Hi, so today I'm going to do a quick disassembly of a watch movement for parts. So I have this watch, which is the FHF Robert or Robert. I think it's actually 9.75, not 10.5 in my last communication in the community page. I said it was 10.5, but it's 22 millimeters in diameter, which means it's a line 9.75, and it looks exactly like the Robert, FHF Robert 10.5. So I'm going to call it the Robert 9.75. Now, so this is the same movement that's in here, and this was coincidentally, this I bought in La Brassis at a garage sale thrift store, and this Ed in Las Cruces gave to me. So my plan is to part, shit. They're not the same freaking size. Okay. So this is a 9.75 and this is a 10.5. That's interesting. They look so identical. That's crazy. So if I take this one apart, the problem with this one is it has no balance cock or pallet fork, but the movement is kind of okay in terms of like the powertrain works. It actually holds a wind, but because there's no pallet fork, it doesn't. It lets down a wind quickly. So that's interesting. But what I think I can do is take this apart and just learn from it in preparation for this, because I don't want to screw this up. So I'm just going to strip this down. That's wild. They just scale these things. Just scale the whole movement so much you don't even notice. Oh, so the other thing is I should, oh, look at that. I'll save the hands. I should try to transfer the hands over right now and see if they're the right size, because I'm kind of betting on that at this point. Could be different since it's a different movement. So I guess I need to get in the zone with the focus here. Oh, it's too big actually. Now that's kind of an easy fix. Let me, because it looked like it was just about right. So let's see if we can just squeeze the bottom of that. The other thing is I thought this was real blue steel, but I think it's actually a finish on it. It's nice. Nice bright blue, but it's not paint. I mean, it may be paint actually. Okay, so what I want to do is just squeeze this a bit. The other thing I noticed is that the hand is not perfectly flat. I can't promise you, but oftentimes something like that, just squeezing it a little bit will be enough to make it fit. But in this case it's not. So let's look at how much too big is it. Looks kind of bad when you look at it like that. Okay, so let's look at the second hand. Because if they're both problematic, just trying to get this help if I focus. Hey. Yeah, I'm really good at this. Okay, so that's problem. That one's not fitting either. So let's compare that with the seconds hand. Yeah, so that could be broached out though. I know it's not that difficult to shrink that down. But I need a punch that's like gonna push it in. Those aren't punches, so that's not gonna help me. Not sure what else I could do here. Nah. The other thing I could do is experiment on this shitty one. That just shot it away. So that's kind of interesting. And this tiny, tiny, tiny. Okay. Let me just try putting the squeeze on this one. I'm like not the right person to be doing this right now. You know, this is probably my worst idea yet, but that's what I'm all about. So we'll try this one first. You can put a bend in it, that's for sure. I don't want to go too far. Damn it. See, that didn't sound good, but I guess now I need to use a hand press. So now it did too much. So let's go from the other side. Jesus. What's happening? Where's my little staking block? Now, if I had a stake, I want to press down on this. Okay, so you see what I'm trying to do is just work it back out into a slightly round shape again. Okay. So that, I think, I didn't press it on all the way because I want to remove it again. The next problem is this guy. Need to figure out how to make it bigger and not overdo it. So I do have some cutting broaches. So basically this is tapered. At one end it's very thin, and then at this end it's bigger than it needs to be. So what we can do, need some demag, can see how far in it goes in this one. Now I'm going to try marking that. Okay, it's kind of halfway in between those two marks. Now I just want to pull this off of there. It's kind of insane, this whole process. See how far that went. Okay, there's our line. That's where we have to go to. Halfway between those. Now, I think I want to pin this down with support. So maybe we go like this and like this. Somehow I want to gently hold the hand in place while I turn the broach. I need to put the broach in a pin vise. So that's the pin vise. Part of the fun of all this is trying to do it in a place where you can see it. Oh, I can actually use the microscope. Okay, so my target see, I'm at that first hole, that first mark. Oh, that should do it also. Just need that to be against something that won't scratch it. So there's our marks. It may be a little bit too small still, but I have the perfect thing for this. Okay. How did we do? Which one is it? This? That's the bottom of it. Oh, Jesus. Not enough. Why did I not? How could I not guess that? Is there something I can do with Rodico here? I'm just trying to figure out a way to hold this without damaging it. Now, if I go from the bottom instead of the top, so this is the top of the hand. What I want to do is go from the bottom so that it's slightly more open on the bottom than the top because of the nature of trying to fit it over something. Wow, it looks like that cutting broach was cut by the hand. That's why it's still too small. The broach is not actually cutting the hand. Also, this, I don't trust that this Rodico is helping me. How am I supposed to hold on to that hand? Tiny clothespin? Ooh, that was, I don't think that was helpful. It feels like the hand is cutting the broach, not the other way around. Amazingly, the hand still is not destroyed. Okay, that's close. I can tell. If it wants to sit on top of there, that's pretty close. Oh wait, that's the wrong hand. That's my old beat up hand. That's why it looks so good. That looks kind of good too, though. Very close. It's not all the way on there, but that's the idea. Okay. So the other thing is, I don't want the hour hand up low. Don't want it to scratch the dial. So that will need some flattening as well. So let's see how easily these come off. I think that's going to be good. So what I want to do now is protect the hands. I guess I'll sort out which one is which later. Put this movement aside for a minute. Now I need to continue. I need to take a little bit more out of that. So if you look at this brooch, let me put it oriented the way it was. Look for the red ink. See, we went almost to the second mark, but it's also, the broach is getting dull. So I think we need to go a little bit further. Also, of course, just based on what I witnessed with the still being a little bit too small to fit over the seconds hand pinion. The problem is that the clothespin doesn't stay aligned. I've got some kind of groove in it. But if I put any twisting motion on it, it flips it. Now I'm losing track of my red mark. Okay, there's my red mark. It's still not big enough. But the hand is still looking okay. So I have yet to destroy anything. So maybe I should go back to plan A. See, I don't want to put this face down on here because metal on that paint layer on the hand will scrape off the finish on the hand. That's why I'm doing this crazy thing with this miniature clothespin. Okay, but the thing is, I need to put the brooch back on there. This is so ridiculous. all I'm trying to do right now is stab this stupid broach into the hole from the bottom, because I want the bottom to be larger. And I just can't even do that. Okay, we're back to the same plan. There's my little groove. Just squeeze that down, make the groove even deeper so I get a better grip on it, and then keep going. Now, I think this hand is steel, and that's why the broach is being cut by the hand. Oh, fuck. So after all that, I went too frickin' far. Now, you know what the answer to that is. You use the staking tool and you flatten the metal out a little bit. And you just go back and forth like that until everything is destroyed. So for this, we're going to use I have a staking tool. Gonna use my centering punch. Now I think I picked a hole. The thing we want to do is have enough of a backing underneath. Oh wait, is that the old one? Can't be. Oh, it's the bottom. No, it's not. It's the reflection. It looks like it's rusty now, but it's just I'm seeing the side. Still looks okay from the top. Okay, but actually I want to go to a very small hole. But how is the punch going to help if that's not on some kind of a pin? See what the problem is. Well, let's take a look. Sometimes I don't know what I'm doing until I get closer to. So we don't want to make it smaller. We want to make it larger. So I want to hit that with a punch. Then we'll just press that in. Should work. That is way too big. Okay, so this is my belief as to what you're supposed to do here. I wish that something would stop the hand from moving around, but you know what? I don't need a hole underneath that. If there's no centering going on, I don't need a hole. I need it to just be solid underneath. You can see that worked. You can see that that pushed it in. That's crazy. So now I just want to see if it is in the zone. Still should be loose on the bottom, but once that part gets there, it should be tighter. That's good. So that's exactly how this works. Cut some material away, push and hammer, and put some material back. That's the joy of watchmaking. Okay, so now I can put this hand away. Put it with my other hands. Staking tool. Regular and tiny clothespin. Put those away. Man, I love that. I love it that that worked. Pin vise brooch. I'll put this away. The reason I have two staking tools is because one came with a bunch of other tools, and then one came with some other tools or something, so I ended up with two. Oh no, I know. One was actually a weird, one's made for balance wheel work, but I had an extra wheel. There's a thing on my community tab about that. I had extra. I originally I just bought the plate, the round staking plate from Bergeon New, and then I saw an inexpensive staking tool that had some. The staking plate was special. It was made for working with balances, and I thought, well, I already have an extra staking plate. So I'll just have two tools, and one can have a new plate and the other can have old plate. So that's what I have. Okay, so I rescued the hands off of this, and there's not much else, because it's a different size, there's not much else I can do with this movement. So the next thing I wanted to do was actually try to fix the mainspring in this before I clean it. I was hoping I could use the mainspring from the other movement, but because I can't, to get the mainspring out of this, I need to remove the train of wheels. I need to remove the movement from the case, remove the bridge plate that's over the train, remove the train of wheels. I might as well do that when I just service the whole watch. I think for now, refitting the hands was a kind of amazing thing. There's one other thing which I could do now, which is the case is kind of, it's what I would call sprung. It doesn't close nicely, and it's because it's been opened too far, and then these 2 points have pulled back. So I could try to unspring the case. I'll show you what I mean by sprung. So this, I think, has warped, like, I think that this spring is bent now and needs to be pushed down back so it kind of looks like this straight line. These points need to be pushed back with the case closed because, but also the movement needs to be out because there should be no gap here. I guess it's just sprung. This one looks almost okay. This part, this needs to be pushed back. And then, like, I can do that with clothespins and gentle pressure here. Oh man, I'm off camera there. So the thing is, this is where it's sprung. See, like this should be seated inside there and it's pulled completely out a little bit over here. And because of that, the case doesn't close completely on this side. So this needs to be pressed back with particular emphasis right here. So I need to make something out of wood that will focus the energy there and also support the other side so it doesn't break this point, and then squeeze that shut to unspring it. So I think I'll do that. One thing that's kind of interesting about this is just getting the movement out. So this screw right here, the more you turn it, the more it comes out, but coming out usually let me see. Eventually, the way that these work is that you actually loosen them and they end up pressing up on the case. But that does not seem to be the case with this one. Because now it's completely fallen out. But if you tighten it, I'll have to take a look at that. I'm not being wrong about everything I say. Looks like I'm not the first person to remove the stem. Oh, so the point of this is that I think the front has to open. And then I want to be very gentle about, there's a pry point. Here, but can my thumbnail do it? Yes. I want to use metal on that. Okay, and then the movement should come out the front. So the thing is, that screw seems to be messing it up now. There's also this pin over here. So because I was stupid and I took this screw out, now it's getting in my way. Oh man, what a disaster. I guess I could try to take the dial off. Oh wait, there it goes. See, that screw was jammed. It's still jammed, but okay. Okay, so what we're going to try to do is unspring That's some interesting stuff going on in there. But this needs to be, look at that groove too. That is probably, what is going on here? That's where the pin goes. The crown's not going to be waterproof. Okay, so I think it's time to take this to the ultrasonic. Check, check, check. Okay. So now we're going to look at the issue. Oops, daisy. So now we're going to look at the issue of the sprung back. The front still has nice gripping. The back, let's take a look at the cleaning first. So that's, I noticed there's a hallmark inside here too somewhere. It's just a London mark right there. I know that's tiny, but trust me, that's the same mark as this mark, but it's a different size. It's about 1/4 as big. Okay, so I'm gonna close this completely. And you can see it's almost closes, but we're still a bit sprung right here. So my idea is just to take this. It's not going to work. The idea is just to use something gentle to pull this back. I'm going to do it a little bit to this side as well, right there. And back to this side. This looks a little bit different on this side. Yes, they're close enough. Okay, so now the question is, when I open this, it's kind of like unsprung right now, but when I open it, is it gonna spring again and be hard to close? Or it's got a little snap to it. Oh, I know. Let's look under the microscope at what we actually did. What I actually did. I think it needs to go more. The problem also is maybe that pin is bent, so it's like bending it back. It doesn't bend back, it twists. And then when you open it again, it twists again. That's why I use the wood, because See, this is the problem. Each time it closes, it goes back to that. How do you unspring this? Which way is the curve? Ooh, there's a hallmark right there. And that's like a miniature London hallmark. Okay. That's the front. This is the back. I don't think if this is the steel rod, it's not, shouldn't be able to rotate really. maybe if I open this, I can actually get a little bit more pull. So with that open, then now when I close it, I got a snap opening it, but I don't think I'm going to get a snap the second time. Yeah, I did. Okay. So that was interesting. And next thing I'm going to do is the dial. So this is for the manipulating the dial after we get it out. But first we've got to remove the dial. And okay, so the thing is, that point could benefit, well, no, well, let's do this. All I have to do is unscrew this. So this is just, this guy just twists until it's not cutting into the dial foot. Same thing over here. Now the dial, the idea behind this plastic thing is the dial can kind of sit dial feet can find some holes to sit in. or not. I want to look at something here. I would like to know once and for all. See, it's not a, it should be a concentric spiral so that there's always a difference in the distance. Instead, it's not. So there's some dials that can't find a nice position. Okay, so anyway, I have some soapy water. I'm gonna try that first with a Q-tip. I should look at this before I do this though and see, is this, I'm pretty sure it's a ceramic dial, but I'm pretty sure that's ceramic, not paint, which means that it's a lot more robust than if it was painted. So let's see. Okay, that's kind of fitted there. I'm going to start here. I wish all dials were ceramic. I keep imagining I'm seeing a gold dot that fell off, but I don't see that. That's my fear. So in case you don't know about dials, don't do this unless you have a ceramic dial, which is very unusual for a watch. This is ceramic because it's very unusual for a wristwatch. This is 100 years old, and it's from the time when wristwatches were, that's how things were made. I mean, pocket watches were made like wristwatches. Okay, now what I could use is some distilled water. I'm going to exchange this for distilled water to rinse it. Okay, now there's a couple little specks, so I'm going to zoom in. I don't think this is going to come off, but I'm going to check this right here. That was easy. This. I think that's in the green one is in the enamel. But that's not bad. Okay, now we're going to set the dial aside. And go back to the movement. For the movement holder, one thing I wanted to check is the diameter of this. .3 millimeters, which I'm almost certain it corresponds to line 10.5. Now I need to transfer this to the movement holder, and I need to decide what I'm going to do first, is there a jewel missing there? No. Ooh, that's a jewel with a cap jewel. That's the bottom of the balance. I think I can do the bottom second, but what I'm going to do, these are the cleaning baskets for the cleaning machine. So I think I'll actually put them up, and I'll fill them one at a time. So the first thing will be just to remove the things that are going to fall off anyway. So the dial washer, you know, I have better tweezers. These, I dropped them on the floor and I haven't really fixed them yet. Okay, so I'm going to remove the dial washer. This can go in a small basket. And then that'll get pulled later. That's too small. So the interesting thing about this movement holder is it's basically designed for these different line sizes. So this is designed for this size. So this is a nice good grip on it. So I think we'll start with the balance to put it safely somewhere. Because the balance is going to go back in, let me just make sure. The balance is going to go back in the movement for cleaning. Didn't go far enough. Let go. There's such a temptation to use my fingers. Okay, so this is temporary. Now you can see there's a pry point here. This is like super tricky. You want it to come straight up. Don't want to put any pressure on the pivot right there. That was dumb. And it's getting dumber by the second. Okay. Now, I want to put this somewhere safe. But first, we're going to inspect it just because I already inspected it, but it's important to make sure that both pivots are there. So you can see one is hidden. You can see both pivots are there. So that's good. And then this jewel, I'm not sure how to peg that jewel, but deal with that later. Actually, this screw is at risk if I don't put it back. Okay, so, and also one of this fell out of the keyless works. So we'll start this basket for the keyless works. And then I'll put this screw back in temporarily because I don't want to lose it. So this screw goes here. This is actually a giant screw. Okay, now I think I will remove, might as well remove this pallet cock. Now this is going to go into the cleaning machine. I'm going to put it here. So screw. And then the balance cock is also, you want to be very careful because if I pry that badly, it can also break the pivot on the pallet fork. I think I said balance cock, but what I meant was pallet fork. Okay, so I want to be gentle and gently lift this. Put that there. And then the pallet fork, you can also inspect that. Pivots are okay. And then we can work our way around, so this has a pry point here. And then we can get our, there was a little bit of power in it. Now, I'll do I guess this is called the train bridge. so loose it's falling over, so how can it not come out? This has like less of a point on it than the other one, which might be a mistake of somebody's assembly. That's why I was looking at these. Doesn't that looks like somebody really worked on that screw. And that came from this side. Sorry. It came from this side. So that could be an anomaly that needs to be looked at during reassembly if there's any issues. Jewels look okay. I don't know what all that grinding is there. Now these gears, just look dirty. Just want to make sure one thing. This, yeah. Since this was not running, I want to kind of be careful that I don't just, if it was assembled incorrectly, that could be why it wasn't running. So it could be like, I need to assemble it different when I put it back together. So this is, I think, counterclockwise turn. I don't know what the right procedure is for this. I need to stop it from turning. Oh, clockwise is, that's what the thing is, it's counterintuitive. Not sure how to proceed there. It's not this one, right? This should be counter. Oops. That's the tip of my screwdriver. So that's a red one. That screwdriver's going too. I can't remember which one of these is the left hand. Let's think about this. This drives this way when you wind it. There's no reason why this shouldn't be a normal screw right here. just rusty. Or I just broke it. Okay, anyway, this one, if you tighten it this way, that's the classic mistake, right? I needed to unscrew that, and I screwed it in tighter. So I destroyed this. It's not the ratchet wheel. It's not the ratchet wheel. There's another part of the keyless works. Man. I still need to know for sure if I did that wrong, because I was unsure, so I should have sought a reference. So the way that this tightens, it tightens by turning it counterclockwise. And I was turning it counterclockwise. So I was tightening it until it just pulled the threads out. But we'll see what happens. Maybe it can be reassembled. So now where do I want to put this? There's probably a click spring under there. So I need to prepare for that. I guess that's the click spring. This looks a little bit bent. So now I'm afraid to unscrew this, but I think that I would unscrew this. Should I try to pull the cannon pinion off first? Okay, this screw needs to come out because it's uncomfortably. I don't want to take it completely. Yeah, I do. So that's the case clamp screw, and it makes the diameter inconsistent on purpose, but I don't want it to be there. Because I want to be able to do this and not have it getting bumped just like that pin. I don't want to accidentally. A little bit awkward, but okay, so this plate needs to come off. That screwdriver has seen better days. Got this spring, but I don't think that's an immediate threat. Those two screws look the same. So I'm going to start with this bin. That's interesting. So you've got this, this, and this. And these things look like they're freaking handmade. Look at that. That's screwed into the stem release screw. That's the cannon pinion. That's winding gear. That's screwed in still. That piece should fall off. Yeah. And now, will that screw come out? Yes. No, this screw is trapped by that. There's a plate on there. Okay, so let's try that plate next. That's a bit small. Unless yellow's too small. Just want to make sure these are the same. I'm not sure they are. This one's shorter. Okay, and these two, this one's shorter. These two, oh, this one also looks shorter. This one's the longest, this one's a different length, and this one's a different length. That's insane. So in theory, are these the same? They're basically the same. Just this one's smaller. Okay, now this is not going to come off because the cannon pinion. So I could try to I'll try my cannon pinion puller. Look at that. Wants to work. Is there something wrong with this? Is that not a cannon pinion? I saw this on another movement. It's like, I don't know if that wants to come out, to tell you the truth. So let's change tactic. I think I'm getting overly confident like, if I didn't even look to see if I could find a tutorial about this type of a movement. Okay, that's going to turn. It's going to be hard to unwind. So instead, to unscrew. So instead, I'm going to pry. Okay, so a couple things. Set that aside for a second. I think in these old FHF movements, this piece doesn't want to come out. But these screws can come out. Black. Jesus. I don't remember what this is. Oh, that's my balance cock screw, right? Okay, so everything's off of this except for that. I would call that a cannon pinion, but the only reason I don't is because it doesn't want to pull off. This doesn't have a center seconds hand, so it may be that that's it just stays there. It's been pressed together a long time ago. Now, this is going to go somewhere. Oh, let's do this. Put the balance back in here. I want to look at something. What is this? Oh, that's a screw. That's strange. What screw is that? That's that screw. I guess if it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. But I'm gonna wait. See, I think that should be there for cleaning because the balance. I can always decide later if I want to remove it. I can put the balance back now. But to do that, I need to remove this screw. Yikes, see what I did with that? I do not want that to happen. Jesus. I probably should remove that jewel before doing this, or the bottom jewel. Okay. That seems fine. Now the last thing to look at is this. Well, now I can just hold, I can hold the gear so it doesn't turn. Or not. Need a little piece of leather or something. What if I hold the... Oh, you know what? I'm gonna check if that thing is... Intermediate wheel reverse threaded. ratchet wheel screw. A and B. B is reversed. A. I'm too new to this. A is normal left-handed and A is left-handed. Both the crown and the ratchet wheel are reversed. Both could be, but who knows? I would say if it doesn't want to go one way, then maybe it wants to go the other way. So let's do this. FHF Robert reverse threaded So there is no word reverse in there. Great. Is there any clue? That wheel is not attached to anything. Okay, so if you were putting the wind on this, I can't figure out if there's any reason to reverse thread it. You're putting the wind on it. It wants to unwind, which would unscrew that screw. But when you put the wind on it, you just be tightening it. I don't think there's any reason for that to be reverse threaded. Ah, finally. Okay. So I'm going to put this. Okay, I got to get that spring before it goes flying. That was dumb. Like, I know there's nothing there, but if there was... Oh, boy. Okay, so that's the ratchet and the barrel. Now I need to try to get the mainspring out of this. That's a new one for me. Now you want to hold down one side like this while you pull this out. And then just don't let it fly. So it's going to want to go, but I'm not going to let it. Okay, now also take note, I don't know if this thing was in there correctly, to tell you the truth. I guess it was. That was up against this. So I guess that's the way that this should be in there. Okay. That's kind of the complete disassembly, except for not pulling out the cannon pinion part. The other thing is these things are so dirty, it's like shame to even put it in the cleaning machine. All right, so anyway, it's all going in the cleaning machine now. Okay, so out of the cleaning machine, I actually cleaned it 3 times because it was very dirty. And I took the balance out this last time and didn't clean the balance. I cleaned it in the first 2 times. So that looks pretty good. Now, I think I'll start by putting on some finger cots. So the plan is, I could do the mainspring first. While the movement was cleaning, I what do you call it, dressed all my screwdrivers and the tweezers. So I guess so this is where the mainspring is stopped by the barrel from turning, and then the arbor grabs it the other way. Oh, one thing I have here, I gotta use a better player than this VLC. What's that? Cam 7. Check, check, check.
Front, right, front, left.
Fail. Freaking fail. I'll have to get a better video player for that, but I don't need it. It was for you guys. Did I just say I changed my computer to Linux on the desktop here? It's great, but so I pick a barrel mainspring winder that's smaller than the barrel, and then basically you can know how this is going to end up in the barrel. Like if it's a right hand wind or left hand, by looking at this thing I just showed you. You look at this notch, and that's gonna stop against this thing right there. So, jeez. So you can see there's a little notch here, and that's gonna catch on this little tab right here. So that's how we know the spring winds in this way. But to get it to wind in that way, because we're going to push it in from this, right? So first we're going to go into here, then we're going to push it down into there. So in the winder, it's going to go like this. So then we put the spring on the winder arbor, I guess you call it, and then catch it you just got to catch it so it's going in somewhere, and then just turn the spring in. Now, if the spring doesn't catch, okay, let me show you another thing. See, this has a hook right there, that little peeled up, that has that little hook. And that hook needs to hook in this mainspring and turn it. But if that slips out, then it can be hard to, it won't catch. So haven't quite figured out the solution to that yet. So the solution to that I've found is just to I might have to undo this later, but basically squeeze that in so that it catches. And now when I get to this point, it's kind of, I have to help it with the tweezers. So I go until there's some pressure there, then push this back and down like that. Now this should slip out, and then I compress it in to the barrel. Oh, the thing is I forgot to lubricate the barrel wall. So let's just check if we did put that in there the right way anyway. Yeah. Okay, so to pull this out again, I'm gonna pull out from here. And now I can push it this way, this way. Okay, so for the barrel wall, I'm using 8217, Mobius 8217, and I'm going to put it 4 places, or 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then tool again. So again, I can see the spring winds this way, and my hook on this is here. So I want my hook to go in and pull it that way. And with this, I just find it'll slip down in there like that. Twist that in. Go to this point. I don't know if I can get that in now. I slipped. I think it's tightening again. It'll just take a while. It's like winding the whole watch. It's my imagination. It's not grabbing it. Damn. See, the problem is it expanded in there. And now I have to kind of pull it out. That's the quicker way to do it. Okay, same thing. Center. Put this on. Now the key is not to let go. I need this tension to continue to pull in, but I need to help the bridle part get in there. So I need to push it back, put it under like that. Okay. I went too far, it came out again. Okay. Now, the lubrication is there. I can just press this in. Okay, now the other thing I've seen people do is put some HP 1300 on the spring itself. So we'll do that. Oh. And then the next struggle is to get the arbor in, and that might require rebending the spring because you can see you want the arbor to catch arbor needs to catch right there. There's no way to do this without kind of occluding what I'm doing with my thumb. So I'm pressing down and I'm trying to pull this back a little bit to get it around the arbor. Same thing here. Okay, now I want to turn it and make sure that any bend in the spring is going to still catch that point. And then because I bent it in the, I think that's going to be okay, but I don't want it to slip off right here. Now, what's going to happen is this is going to, it's going to turn until this point. This is, remember, this is a manual wind watch. So as this turns, this point is going to move, it's going to slide around here until it hits this stopper right there. And then it's going to tighten after that. So what I could do to make sure that's going to be okay is, I think I'd rather just put the top on it. I was going to try to do it open so you could see, but basically I'll put the top on this. And then we'll test it. So now I can grab this. Just trying to visualize. I want to turn this way, so I want to turn counterclockwise from this angle. Counterclockwise. Whatever, I'll put it in the... I don't know why I feel inclined to talk about everything when I don't even, it's my first time doing this. So the barrel goes like this. Oh, there's something I want to show you here. I didn't notice this before, but basically you can see that says Swiss. But there's also, this is Fontmelon, FHF Fontmelon. It's an arrow going through an apple for William Tell, the Swiss hero. And then it also says on this side, brevet, or just says it Swiss flag. But this is the patent number 51482 and the Swiss flag. So I didn't see that before, even though I did look at this part of the... (51482). So that means this is I already knew that, but it confirms FHF movement. Okay. Oh, there's something I want. Okay, I just wanted to finish that. Now, the next thing is to look at the cannon pinion . Don't remember where I put that. This is it. So this is Cannon pinion did come off for cleaning. I'm worried about how loose this is. So this is the kind of thing, before I put the cannon pinion on there, I could use the staking tool to close that a little bit. So the question is, if I put this, how do I get this flat against the staking plate? I have to use a bottom stump because neither side of this is flat. I have to put it on a stump, and then I have to hammer it a little bit with a stake punch. So let's see how I want to do this. So I need a little stump for the bottom. So first I should center my staking tool. Place that stump. Look at this for the theory. So you see that this stump goes right in the center. And then I'm going to punch down on that to close that hole a little bit with a So I think this punch will spread the metal out a little bit. Push it in. Is that going to push it in or push it out? See what happens. Didn't stay centered. Also, that affected it more than I thought it would. Oh, where's that? Okay. The reason I'm doing all this is to experiment, to understand. I know that this is how, these are the processes, but obviously being new to this, so let's see, I want to try to share with you what I did. So this is the cannon pinion side, and this is the gear side. So I'm gonna, well, let's look at the gear side. Because the thing to check is if I reduced the hole size, as that was the purpose. So you can see this gear sits up like that, and actually that shaft goes into that hole, and it was loose before. Now that did make it tighter and not too tight. Although it feels a little bit tight, but let's try putting some, that's the what, hour hand gear, right? So that's, put some HP 1300 on that. Too much. Okay, that's too tight. The other thing about the tightness of that is that it's tight probably because the edge is a little bit burred from the hammering, more so than because the entire hole got smaller. But what I can try to do is pick a broach. I don't know if I have a broach that big. Let's see. Now for this, I probably need to use a different movement holder because that has a screw in the middle. Oh, so does that. Okay, so let's just see if this bit happens to be the right size. That's weird. That's like a broach on one side and a drill bit on the other. Okay, so the other way to do this is to find a punch. So the idea here is that I can just push the side of that I hammered that may have got pushed in too much. I can push it back out a little bit with this. That's a very minor. It's a good sign that that fell out because that means it's not too tight. Okay, my sense is that that's enough. You're not going to believe it. I'm going to put a tiny bit more oil in there. Got to put those brooches away. Is that the right side? No, yeah. Okay, so that's good. Now, I gotta put the cannon pinion back on. So I think I'll use the casing cushion for this. Is this something that you use that staking tool for normally? I'm just going to do this at first. Now the other thing is the cannon pinion, you're supposed to use 9501. Okay, I believe now I can put the mainspring there. And then this is the I need to put this bridge on it. And this needs there's a gotta look at this. It's going to go like that, but I got to put this screw setting. The stem release screw needs to go in. That's not the right screw. Is that it? It's not it either. Where is it? It looks like this is, because this is weird, yeah. So this screw has special characteristics. Is this totally wrong now? What's going on? Oh. Okay. Am I forgetting anything under there? Don't think so. Okay, so then we got 3 screws. And then this one is shorter. Now remember that goes there. I always wonder for like 3 screws like that where one is shorter, why don't they just make them all 3 shorter? there's a chunk of screwdriver in that screw head now. I think there's still a piece in there. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, so where are we? Now, the click that's coming soon. And click and spring and gear and screw. And then this gear. Oh, the click screw. And then the click spring I put in here. Okay. So before I do that, no, I need to put that, and then I need to put spring. I think this is overkill, but there was some watchmaker was saying never do watchmaking when you're tired. I've like never done it when I was not tired. So that drives the click spring. That screw seems like it should be lower, but I don't think it's going any lower. Okay, so now I can put I think it's called the ratchet wheel. Guess that's correct. So now I'm worried about this because I did all this work just to see if the spring is correctly in the barrel. So if it's not, it's going to be a drag. So I want to stop this, and I want to wind it here. That seems good. So the next thing is Is that upside down? No. Now, when I was disassembling it, I stripped the reverse threaded screw here, so I'm replacing it with a bigger one that I already found in my spare parts, and I just used the screw to tap the soft brass. So this is already tapped for this larger screw. And since the screw is larger, oh, except for I'm turning it the wrong way, reverse threaded. Since the screw is larger, I didn't have to deal with the loss of material. So this is the reverse threaded screw that was there. And you can see some of the brass still caught on it there. So that worried me when I did it. I was like, I thought I just destroyed the movement forever, but reverse tighten, okay. Okay, so next, it's the train of wheels, but I was thinking of doing the pallet fork, the pallet gear first. So in any case, the pallet wheel, not the pallet fork. But I need to use epilam on the where's the pallet fork? So can keep checking pivots are okay. See those pivots? Fix-a-drop is the same thing as epilam. So I'm going to put the whole pallet gear there. And then I'm going to try to just do the stones on this. That's interesting. I ordered some watchmaker paper, but I don't have it, so that's just going to rest. Now, I tried to avoid getting epilum on the pivots here. I have to say that pivot looks bent, the bottom one. But in any case, this guy should be okay to go in. And I'm not sure that I should be doing it this way. Oh no, technically I should use some pith wood on pith wood. So the idea behind the pith wood is that you use it to clean, to take the epilum off the pivots. Might as well do this guy too, just in case it got it. Hard to believe that that does anything, but that's what I learned. Okay, so now the pallet gear. What is happening down there? Pivot looks fine. Jewel looks a little bit rough, but, oh, that's the wrong one. Okay, I think it's in there. Now the reason I'm doing this first that guy's this, okay. My concern is that it's so hard to put this in. It could be that I have to remove it if it turns out to be hard to get the train of wheels to settle. But my theory is that this will be less risky to this guy. Does that go from that direction? I think so. See, I can kind of see I think I've got that in there. But this way I can also see if everything's good with this guy spinning freely and not having end shake. I just saw a paintbrush in here. I'm going to use that. Just a gentler way to... I think that's good. Now that's fast spinning. So that's 90-10. So I'm going to put some 90-10 on this. And while I'm at it, I'm going to try to do the bottom. Where's that bottom? Now the interesting thing is to see what happens. That's pretty free to spin, which is good. So now, that could have been a mistake, but I'm going to try to do the train of wheels next. 2 and 3. And if I have to this guy should have 2 screws. There it is. Okay, let's see what happens here. Is that the wrong one? So there's no way to get that. I should have put the other one first, right? But then I couldn't have done that. So I do have to put the pallet last. There's no way to get that in there now. Okay, now this guy. Oh, didn't want that. It's already on that pin. That's on the other pin. Come on. That's the same pin. Ah. Okay, I need to relax. No big deal. Super fun. First time I go down, I want to go both pins. And I need to not be shaking. And there we go. Okay, so that's going to go down very slowly. Okay, I can just start to see the pivot in the jewel hole, which means we're home free. Any other takers? So now this is not going to spin freely, but oh, it is actually. Okay. So now I got to put the main bridge. I'm worried about something here. This should not be so sticky, so I'm gonna put a little bit of oil on this. Okay, that was crazy. But basically now we have this kind of oh shit. Gotta watch out what you do with your hands. Okay. Now, there was this pointy screw over here. Okay, so that's transmitting power nicely. Now, I want to put a little bit more, too much. And then I want to decide which oil do I put on this and this. I would say this is 9010 and this is 1300. Yeah, 1300. Too much. I'm not gonna touch that. That was probably too much also. Okay, now I need to look at those jewels on the bottom. So it's going to be the opposite. It's going to be 9010. $9010, 1300. No, 1300, 9010. 1300. $9010 here. Now we're ready for the pallet fork. And this, because it's slipping around, I want to get it, make sure it's in the right position, and then hold it down while I put the screw in. Now let's see if I put power on it, the pallet fork should hold the power back. But if I do this, see, that's not normal. I think the pallet fork, oh shit. That snapping sound was not good because that could have been the pivot breaking off. This is what we want, but now the problem is the balance. Okay, the balance jewel. Here we go. So I have this is the cap jewel and the screw. This cap jewel and screw. This spring is for the keyless works or something. Yeah. So those go here. And that's going to be 90-10. And in theory, I would put the 90-10 on the cap jewel. And then put the cap jewel in place. The whole movement is loose in the movement holder. But I just want to get this over with. Now the other jewel like that is in the bottom of the, or in the top of the balance cock. And I'm not going to, for reasons you'll see, I'm not going to remove that one. The problem with this is that it's screwed in down under here. So that just absorbed it. Oh, I forgot to remove that screw. Okay, so this part I don't want to screw up. Not that I want to screw up any part. But see this. I don't know why that's so difficult to get in there. Well, one thing, there's no glue, no glue, I always say that. There's no oil on the pallet stones yet. So let's see if that helps. Oh, actually, there's this thing about let it run for a while to wear off the epilum. But since it's not going to run for a while, we'll just do this. You know what's not happening is the hour hand's not moving. So that's, I think that, perhaps it is, I just can't see it. Let me see if I can drive it from the hour gear. Is that failing to drive this guy? Okay, let's get some setting gears in there, see what happens. Oh boy. Now, I don't remember what this gear's for, so let's take a look at that. That's that guy. And then this, this is all just stuff. I'm gonna have to get the video going for that. I'll see if I can figure it out, but I don't remember if the yoke it's either that or the other way. And then what the spring does and what this thing does. I think that's it, but there's only two ways to do this. Only one way to do this. Mm. I always hate this. You always have to deal with this thing upside down. Jeez. Okay, that's just... Oh, I got it. That's good. How come I can't focus there now? Oh, there we go. Okay. Ooh. I see the problem. That gear is just too close. Well, I guess I could lubricate that and then put it together. Okay, let's do this. Gonna put a little grease in here. I'm not convinced that any of that is correct at this point. I just felt something spring. Maybe the spring goes here. I guess I should review my video. Check, check, check. Because I don't want to lose it. That screwdriver has seen better days. Got this spring, but I don't think that's an immediate threat. Those two screws look the same. I'm going to start with this bin. Okay. So here's what we got there. I should have looked at that like a half hour ago. It's amazing. I came up with 2 wrong ways to do that. Completely on my own. Now that spring, that is quite extraordinary. That would be it, except for I just threw this thing out. Okay. That is what we got. Oh shit. Damn. Now somehow I have to keep this pinned down while I lubricate this. Well, you know what? Maybe I'll lubricate it and then do that again. I don't know why I use this. This blue 9504, it's hard to believe it even works. I know I did that too much. I just don't care at this point. I feel like this is there's one more thing I want to do though, which is I think the only way to do this is going to be to actually trap it with the plate, not with the tool. So that means get the plate ready. And then push this. I left the audio on this the whole time. Okay, hand setting and winding. Now, the question is winding not working? It's working. Okay, I'm going to have to stop this pretty soon. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Are those things flat? Yes. I think the problem is a bent pivot on the balance fork. So I'm going to go with that theory because everything else seems to be fine. Just won't run for a sustained amount of time. And I saw some really ugly pivot where so that'll be easy to look at later because it doesn't involve disassembling the whole movement. So for now, I can, oh, what is that? That needs like, ooh, I left that. Oof, where did I lose it? Oh, never mind. Could it be that I'm ready to put the dial on that thing? No, yeah. Yeah, everything else goes in the back. Lovely. Okay, so then I have a couple of dial screws. Those have to be put in before the dial is put on because they need to turn a few times. Don't tell me everything has to come off to put these screws back in. Hmm. That is such a drag. Okay, actually it's going to survive. Perhaps the other one will also. Should be fine. It just doesn't want to make anything easy for me today. Unbelievable. Oh boy. Oh, God. All right, so there's one more thing. Oh, that's not where it goes. It goes over here. This is not easy. It's just because it's late and I'm tired. Okay, that is it. I guess I can move some things. Okay, I believe. Does it come out? I can't even remember now. Okay, so now I think you have to look at where that pin is. The pin is there at 530. Oh boy. I'm losing it. Okay, well this already has whatever I put inside there. Oh, thank God there's no date mechanism. I don't think I could handle that at this point. Okay. Well, that's a clue as to what's wrong. Well, that was a great experience. It looks great. Now I just need to figure out, hopefully without having to remove it from the case, just figure out what's going on with the cannon pinion and the resistance in the drivetrain when it's assembled, and then get the crystal for it. All right, thanks for watching. So interestingly, all I did was take a break, and now it's running. However, the minute hand is not turning with the hour hand, so there's something wrong. It just stopped, but there's something wrong underneath the dial. And also, I looked at some videos about this movement. So see, the hour hand gear is sitting above the minute hand wheel. They should be engaged, and they're not engaged. So I think it's like that gear is just, one of those gears not riding correctly. So I'm gonna have to look at that. That could also be putting some back pressure on the whole movement because the minute hand is dragging. There's probably some friction wherever the gears are not meshing. So I will open it up. And then I think after that, I'll focus on the, I'm sure it'll have low amplitude anyway because of its inability to run smoothly. So then I'll focus on the pallet fork pivot being, looks like it was bent, and maybe polishing pivots. So the first thing we need to do is remove it from the case. Oh, also I watched some videos about this, and I put the spring, click spring in wrong. It's working, but it's working with too much. It's too aggressive the way I put it in there. I have some skin coming off my finger, which reminds me. I never tightened that. That's interesting. I've jammed that thing under my thumbnail so many times now, my thumb will probably not survive. And now, what do we got? Forgot about the hands. Okay, so why this is not meshing, it's the bottom of this gear is not meshing with that. See this, they mesh here. Wait, wrong. This is the hour hand. Our hand is turning. Oh wait, is it? This is just locked. The cannon pinion is too tight. But how is that turning? So now it's working. So what it was the, like I said, the dial washer, somehow this slipped up like that. So the hour hand was not turning. now the hour hand is turning like the minute hand, but that'll solve that. Now the spring issue, I didn't dress my screwdrivers. So interestingly, or not so interestingly, this spring actually goes like this. The thing I don't understand about that is then there's no spring on this. How can this do nothing? How could that be? Let me see if I can find that video. That's not the same movement. Could it be this? No. The thing that attracted me to it was that it showed a watch. I feel like it was this. That has a seconds hand. It's a FHF with no seconds hand. That's not it. It was also more than an hour long.
Recently, I was fortunate.
Okay, so this is it actually. Okay, I'm going to do it anyway and just confirm that it doesn't work. It's possible that this guy did it wrong on camera and then he didn't film it again when he did it correctly. These these stupid probes, the chunks of stuff fall off of them. Is something missing here? YouTube is causing my fan to go. Ah, damn it. So I think he did it wrong and then he didn't show the fix. That computer fan is going. It's never done that before. Oh. What's going on, guy? There's no reason to be doing that. Some system upgrade. I don't think I let it upgrade. Oh, so annoying. And screwdrivers needs. This is all an exercise and it's not going to work anyway. Prepare for failure. I don't understand. Oh, well, I have to screw the little mini screw down. Does work. Why does that work? Okay, it works and it works better. So now I gotta try to get the dial on correctly. I should probably clean this gear a bit better. What did I do with it? I had a tiny, there we go. Maybe we should try this way. That's spinning correct. That's like setting correctly. The thing that's weird is that that center pin is higher. Oh no, that's normal because that ends up, oh wait, it's not turning. That's a clue. It should be turning, because that is not a cannon pinion. I mean, no, it shouldn't be turning. It should turn. Yeah, it should be turning. Okay. So our hand turns. The second hand wants to turn, but it should be turning that. See, on this movement, those guys should be crimped together, and I unbroke their connection, so their connection has to be reestablished. So let's see if that's something would happen only on top of the watch anyway. And the problem is this gear needs to come off. It should come off easily because it's rotating. This guy should pull it off. Now, I just can't figure out if this is... I guess... Okay, here's another question. When the movement is disengaged from setting, how easy is it to turn these gears? Pretty easy. So I probably have to get a little bit more grip. Ultimately, the hand is going to have to be on this. No, I don't get it. I don't get it. Here's the thing. If the second hand is mounted on this pin, not this one, then these have to be locked together all the time, which means that the function of the cannon pinion is not the same in this watch as it would be in a normal watch. Basically, these two pieces become one, and then the slippage, when you set it, occurs somewhere underneath. But this should not be slipping right here. And it's a strange one. I do have this movement which I can disassemble and see. Maybe I should just take the dial off. I need to see if that's a single thing or if that's also crimped together. So they turn together, but if I wanted to stop it on this one, it's like the cannon pinion has to be back here. This is a different FHF movement I've been working on. I ended up removing that. But this has a center seconds hand, so it doesn't count. If it's a center seconds hand, you want the cannon pinion to slip. This is some basic stuff. I just don't know enough. How can I not know this? Oh, I think I know what the problem is. I think it's simple. The seconds hand has to go. This thing was, I have to remember, when I bought this watch, it was not working. The seconds hand has to go on here. Instead, it was on here. And that doesn't work. I mean, not the seconds hand, the minute hand. That doesn't work. It doesn't fly. So somebody tried to fix it and they didn't. I just want to see, no freaking way, but I just like to look through that anytime I get confused, just to make myself even more confused. Okay, so the next thing I can do is just try some different hands, because I need to see if I can get a hand to stay on that, or if that's just like, how would you do that? I know what I could do. If I can't, then I can bring this gear down. I might have to shave the top off of this gear so I have more room to get a second hand on here. But the seconds hand is going to drive everything in the end. When you put that in, the reason it's a little bit hard is it should be a little bit hard. Okay. So this is a minute hand. I think I already know the answer to this question, which is, in this realm, anything is possible. It's a matter of adjusting things. What I want to see is just like, can I get a stock? That's not the right hand. Jesus. Can I get some kind of stock vintage hand to just sit there, like to clip on there? That was about just a little bit too big. Okay, I have to give up on this. Now I got a problem there. Okay, I gotta check that out. Check, check. So I've got, I got to do these. Dual stream inhibited, SD card write protected. That's bizarre. Okay, there's a switch on this stupid thing. That's amazing. Okay, so where we left off with this little gem was it was not running, and the hands are weird. The hands are tight, but I demagnetized it, and now it's running. I think that the hairspring on this is the wrong hairspring, and it just doesn't. It looks like it's got too many coils in it. So when I was looking at that, I was like, all those rings of hairspring have a chance of being magnetized together. Doesn't that look like quite the insane amount of hairspring? Maybe not. But anyway, it's kind of running in this position, and it's running, it'll run for days in this position. I don't know how I can prove that. There you can see the pallet stones working their magic. So it's pretty close to running. But the next thing is the hand. Somebody did something to this also that is very strange, which is it looks to me like they glued together. There's essentially a cannon pinion on this side of the center axle, whatever, which also is the minutes hand. The cannon pinion should be on the back side on this one. And the reason I believe that is I investigated this very similar movement that I got from Ed, and it's clear from this one that when you go into setting mode, the cannon pinion is back in this area. It's not in the front like it is on a more modern movement. So I don't know if that makes sense to anybody else, or even if it's true, but that's my belief right now. So I think that somebody for some reason shellacked that cannon pinion and locked it. So I'm going to try to remove that. So I have some acetone and, I need to let the wind out of this though. So to do that, I also need to keep dusting. So to let the wind out, I need 3 hands, 15 fingers at least. But since I don't have that, I'm going to try to... So the way to do this is try to let it down slowly by holding the stem. But first the stem kind of needs to be properly engaged in winding mode, and then I can what do you do here? Go like this, and then let it back slowly. Guess I could let it back faster. I don't know why people are always afraid to let it go fast. Okay, anyway, wind is out. And now I can remove this bridge without it having tension on it. I've put a lot of time into this little watch at this point. So I think it's a good idea to try to treat it very carefully. I want to get in the habit of using these little trays. These trays are cool because they remind you, don't stick your hand on top of that tray. Okay, so now there's a pry point here, and there's no pry point on this side exactly because it's hidden by that screw, but if we start on this side, okay, there's one other problem I didn't think about, which is how to get this gear out. I've got to take out both of these, and see, I think somebody painted this with shellac or something. But in any case, take this out. I want to, so this is a little cannon pinion puller. This guy is normal thread and this is reverse thread. So for normal thread, I unscrew it like this. And for the reverse thread, unscrew it like this. I'm not sure this has to come out. Let's do it anyway. Okay, now I have some acetone ready to see if that will dissolve whatever that is. This has been through the cleaning machine. The other possibility is that isopropyl alcohol will dissolve it. I guess some friction in the form of a Q-tip might help. Okay, well that doesn't seem to work. I'm trying to dry it, and then I just keep dropping it back in there. Okay, so let me switch this out for isopropyl. I don't trust what that acetone might do to any other thing except for metal. I think I have a little isopropyl. Okay, well that doesn't dissolve whatever it is. But there's another thing I'm noticing, which is there's a pin through that gear, so that is, I should be able to press that out. So I need to put this on the staking tool and then push that out. I'm having deja vu right now that I did this before and I destroyed it. So, why do I have that on there? See, my theory is that this is like a head, and that's a different material, because see that offset right there? So this whole staff should push out, and this thing is essentially a cannon pinion. It's just very tight right now, and it needs to be somehow calibrated to the correct amount of friction. So because the gear is flat on the bottom, and there's no danger of bending anything, let's say minimal danger of bending anything. I don't need a stump on the sticking plate. I can just find a hole, smallest hole that fits in. And then so I should center that. I think I'm going to use the other staking tool just to get a feeling. This one has the new plate, but it's not the exact. I'll show you. This staking tool, the plate has a slightly tighter fit, even though it's older. It's got less ability to, it still drifts around, but. So now I need to rediscover which hole it is I need. And then try to center this hole. Okay. I can't remember which one it is. Oh, it has to be this one. Okay, so then the next thing is to knock that out. So a flat punch could do this, but let's see what happens. See, that punch has a hole all the way too deep into it, so that's, I don't want that. I think I want a flat punch. Like this. So I was correct. But the next question I have is, normally a cannon pinion has got some, I probably need this again. A cannon pinion has some kind of this. See, what we want is when we're setting. Ooh, see, somebody did that on purpose. It's even got a thread on it. That's crazy. Okay. So this is how it was in there? No. Yeah. Just trying to think this through. See, my theory about the reason they may have shellacked that is because it was spinning freely. That kind of corkscrew thread would lift and lower that gear depending on which direction you're turning it from, right? But somebody's hammered that to the point where it's arguably no longer going to function the way it was designed. I think I need to look at the other, as much as I hate to take the time, I need to look at this other movement. So this is a very similar, but this is a line 9.75. So I think you can see this. Let's see. So you can see the seconds hand is affixed to this pin, and this pin is the same arrangement. It goes all the way through that gear. It's got the head down there. So when the watch is running, see, when the watch is running, everything turns, minute hand, and then the minute hand turns to hour hand. And then it functions like a cannon pinion, because if you grab this, I can't prove it's not turning right now. But there's, if I put it into setting mode, Oh, it was in setting mode. Yeah, of course. Okay, but still. So when it's in setting mode, that's why turning the crown that's how you set it. Just thinking this through. So that's turning. Oh, I know. Here's what I did. In setting mode, if I stop the movement, because if this was if there was a, see, there's no pallet fork in here. So when I turn this, everything is spinning freely. But if there was a pallet fork, that it wouldn't turn freely. This gear would lock up. All these gears would not be able to turn. So right now they're turning a little bit because the rubber in my thumb allows them to. But basically, if those are locked up and you want to set it, you still get this turning. You can still set it. You can see that that pin is rotating. The pin that would have the minute hand attached to it, it's rotating. So is what I would call the cannon pinion on the top side of the movement, because it's gripping to the pin also. But what seems to be not turning is obviously is this gear. So that means that this is able to turn within that shaft. Is it able to turn both directions? Yeah, turns that way, turns that way. So somehow it has just the right amount of friction, even though there's no friction-based thing crimping it like a modern movement. But what's important here is that there's enough friction, but not too much. And again, I think that's what somebody tried to do with flattening this thing. But I think at some point, see, that's probably not enough friction. And then if we snap this on, we'll probably get into a world where it's too much friction. I'm not sure why that is. Let's look at that again on the staking tool. One thing I find super interesting about this is kind of like, if somebody knows this, they would be watching this video screaming like, oh my God, it's just, this is the answer, whatever the answer is, you know? But for me, it's interesting to try to figure it out. I mean, who's going to teach you this at this point also? If we look at this, there's like some gunk. So one instinct I have is just put some cannon pinion grease on it. Put it back in there, because that grease is supposed to bind. So that's 9501. Now, the nail head goes on this side. Now I suppose I could grab this with a pin vise and just feel the tension. Got to find a pin vise with the jaws kind of appropriate. So this is a different pin vise. Okay, so I think that's it actually. It's got tension and yet it turns. So again, this is essentially the cannon pinion function of like when you're setting it, you override that friction because you've got all the power of your thumb and forefinger turning these gears. But when you're not setting it, the engine of the mainspring drives it, and then all the other train of wheels and the pallet gear and pallet fork and balance wheel regulate it. So the energy is released from the mainspring into the, oh wait, the energy is released from the mainspring, yeah, into the gear, not the pin. So the important thing is just that there's enough friction that this actually turns the hands, but you can override it when you need to set it. Is that right? Because when you need to set it, you need to turn. When you set it, you're turning the gear on the top side. Yeah. Still confusing to me. So you know the other gear on the top side, this gear where's my casing cushion? So this gear sits on the top side, and when you set this, now I have to deal with all the cotton from the Q-tip. So when you set it, your setting mechanism turns this gear, and you want this gear to be tight enough on there on the top that it also turns this pin, because your minute hand is mounted on this pin. So these two have to be tight against have to be really solidly connected. And right now they're not, because I guess if I hammer it down it might. But basically I want those to be tighter. So instead of greasing this, I want to, on this one, when I hammer this on, first of all, I want to close this up so it's tight. So I'll do that in the staking. I'm gonna close this hole so that when I put this gear on, it grips it really strongly. And I'm gonna do that in the staking tool. So to do that, we're going to need, this is where it'd be, I could use a stump if I had a stump that would hold this. In fact, I should use a stump. But I don't think I have a stump with that tiny of a tip. Maybe this one. Not even close. There's these I do have a mini, where's that mini thing? But then how do I keep that? There's no way to keep that from falling through the staking plate. It won't fall through there because it's not centered there. But it would fall through over here unless it's going into a stump. So I don't need it to be centered. And the reason I say that is because I don't have an ability to center it with the tools I have. So I don't need it. I can just turn this to a random position where there's nothing, where it's solid backing. No, I can't do that. I don't trust doing that. I need to hold that. This is why, ultimately, you need a lot of tools to do this. This fellow was telling me, his username is QWERTY, but his name is, I think Vladimir, but I think he's from Eastern Europe. Anyway, he was telling me I need like 6 staking kits. 6 staking sets. I think he's right. I just watched a Reverso K&D 18R Reverso. No, yeah, I think that's what it was called. I can see totally how Reverso is a good idea now. So Reverso, you can put stakes up as if they were stumps. So you can use all these weird tips and things. I need a stump that won't let the stupid thing go all the way through, but none of them will stop these mini. There's got to be an answer to this. It's got me stumped. Mike would like that one. Man, none of this, everything's too big. I have an insane idea. That would hold it centered. No, I don't think it fits over that. There's something super interesting about watchmaking, which is like, it's all about tools in the end. It's all about tools. And all the concepts are so simple, but if you don't have the tool, let me show you what, I'm not articulating what it is I even want to do, but basically I want to use a punch to spread, to tighten this hole against maybe this punch will work. See, if you hammer down on this, the effect of that hammering should be to spread the metal in this pinion and make it fit tighter on the bar. So the idea here is if I hit this, tap it gently, when this is all on the staking set, if I tap that, it will make that hole smaller. But what you want to do that in a way that is exactly what happens and nothing else happens. You don't want to break the gear, you don't want to. So I'm not sure that this punch would do it. It feels like it almost feels like it would, because it actually now the other thing is, like, it takes a very small amount of force to bend metal when it's this tiny. So that's something I had to get used to. Like, when you think of metal and larger objects, you think of it like metal is like so strong. But in this world of watchmaking, the metal is starting to feel like almost like it's plastic, or it's easy to overdo it actually. Now the whole thing about wanting to find a little stump with a pin on it was just so that when I did that it wouldn't fly out, like to keep this straight up and down. But because this punch is so perfectly fitted, it actually, I think it works with the punch. I just want to see if it had any effect at all. The other thing I could do in theory is flatten the pin itself so that it creates the friction, but I don't want to do that because it's less elegant and the hand is eventually going to go on that. Less elegant meaning not the way you're supposed to do it. See, it's already tighter. I could also score that, which may be what they did before, but I'm going to try to continue doing what I just did. If you do it step by step like this, you get a sense of what you're doing each time, as opposed to trying to get it right in one try. You start to feel like, okay, I made a little bit of difference, but not enough. How do I want to hold this? I guess one thing I could do, because this could, if this got loose, it could go across the room. It feels a little bit tighter. That was a mistake. Everything is so dangerous in terms of like losing a part. So I can kind of feel this is not going anywhere. One thing I love thinking about now, because this, I've probably been working on this watch for like 5 hours. But editing is going to allow me just to like cut to when I come up with and execute the solutions. That's still not enough. Damn it. How can I test this? What I want to make sure is that if I turn this gear, see, I don't want this to turn inside here. I want this to be so tight that when the setting gear takes over to set the time, which is through this is where the power for the setting gear is applied. I want this to slip, this portion of it. I did confirm that this portion of it will slip, but the friction on this portion is higher currently than the friction on this portion. So this portion needs to be the rivet between these two pieces needs to be firm. Not until I put together the watch though. So it's like, because if I do it now and it's firm, then that doesn't help me. One thing it could help is that I did lubricate that. I can try removing the lubrication, but that's only one part of the problem. Oh, maybe I can rivet the back side. I can shrink that hole on the back side a bit. Interesting. Okay, so that's risky. But there's a reason for that, which is two things. One is that see, what I'm talking about is first I need to find the right hole size for this. Oh man, I gotta get my finger out of there. It's not helping. So the point here is that now because that pinion is seated in the staking block and the staking plate, it's not going anywhere if you give it a little tap. So it's safer than the other way I was doing it. Plus this is on the bottom side. So if I can close that a little bit, it'll catch sooner. I'll feel it catching sooner. And then to press the material in, this size punch is probably too big. Because this was good for the other thing I was doing. But to press that material in, I need a, I don't even need a, oh, that's way too big. Look at that. That's interesting. That's also been distorted by some previous use case. This has got to be too small, but see, that would be good to open it up again though, if I make it too small. Oh, that's perfect. So you can see how I press that material down, and that inevitably is going to close it. That's closing the hole, so it'll be tighter. I think it's like, it's very confusing to see my fingers in the shot, in the microscope, because it's like, my brain starts thinking everything is much bigger than it is, but then the fingers come in and it's like, not right. So I think most of the friction is still coming at the top. I don't think that was enough to make a difference. But I do think it will make a difference. Feels like I lost my center somehow. Okay, so now it's binding earlier. That's a good sign, because I know I can still press this on, but because it's binding earlier, that means it's gonna grip it stronger. Let's just test it. Ooh. Damn it. Gotta be careful not to bend that gear. Okay, if this was for real, the thing again is like, if I'm holding this gear, I want the slip to happen on this side of the staff. Okay, that's working. See, the staff is not rotating in this top pinion. But the problem is when I take this apart again, which I have to reassemble it, it may lose some of that grippiness. But the point is, I'm telling you the theory behind everything I'm doing. Now separating these two things is going to be another issue. Okay, so because I just stretched it out a bit, I'm gonna do a little bit more. I don't see that hurting anything before I do the reassembly. That's interesting. Is that where I was last time? I don't think so, but that's better. Except for it's almost too tight. What's happening there? I don't want to get fixed in there. If I hammer that down, it could get stuck. I think it's safer in the next one. Which is where I think it was all along. Okay, so this is my spreader. I was hitting it with the back of the hammer. Okay. Now to reassemble, what's going on here? First we want to place this, right? And it needs to go under this. So this is clockwise to loosen. Those gears, that's another thing. I think I'm going to have to come back and work on these pivots, but step by step. A lot of this I've already lubricated, and even though you don't see the lubrication, it's there, so that's why you don't see me lubricating it again. This gear, I picked up some dirt. I think it was from laying it down. One of the ways I discovered to deal with this kind of thing is when you have a click, use the gear to actually push the click. The normal thing would just be put the click on afterwards, but I think I'm going to have to do the normal thing. Oh wait, I can't do that. That won't work. The reason is the spring has to be in place. So to get that spring in place, I have to move this to the other side of the little doohickey on the bottom of the click. So I guess I have to figure out how to get the gear on. Okay. Um, okay, I didn't want to put power in there actually. That was dumb. I think I just wanted to make sure. Okay, next thing I got to get the top on get that bridge plate back on there. And it'll be easier before I do that if I kind of straighten these gears. Why do I have, oh, that's the cannon pinion. Why does that do that? It shouldn't pop up like that. Okay, so now that should be good. I remember these were, wait, is that right? No, this is how they were. So that's kind of how it was before in terms of so here's the interesting thing. I believe this will run if I start it. That's important because I need to go back and figure out where the friction is that's making it not run great, but at least, or if there's a problem with the mainspring. But basically it does run, and that's important. So then in setting mode, the next thing will be to put that's winding, that's setting. Oh. That's winding. I need to tighten the screw if I'm going to do this. I am going to have to do that. Okay. I need to tighten the stem screw. Where is that thing? There. Okay, so it's running. Now I'm going to try to check that as I do this that what I want. So I can wind it. You can see it's running. See through that, you can see the pallet stones working away in there, pallet fork. And then when I turn it to setting mode, I want to see that. See when it goes into setting mode, this turns the intermediate gear, which turns this gear, which turns the hour hand. The cannon pinion a minute gear, which then actually turns both this and that. And this gear is what relates them to each other anyway. So when the watch is running normally, the power comes from below, and then this runs the hour hand. It does the divide by 60. But for now, because of what I did in terms of all that staking tool work, I want to put this on and press it on. Ooh, I see a problem. So I recognize it's not pressed on far enough. So I need to put back pressure on that when I continue to press it on, which is fine. Man, what's all that? Okay, so I'm not sure exactly how to do that, but the reason that's going on with more tension, which is good. Ooh, see the nail is popped all the way out. But there's another issue, which is that's going to be too long for my crystal. Should I fix that right now? I know from looking at this, for some reason, I'm just going to do it. I got to do everything that I think I got to do. If I'm wrong someday, I'm wrong. Okay, so basically the issue here is that this is the minute hand pinion and it's too long. So I have to very carefully remove a bit of it. And to do that, I have this. But I'm also a little bit nervous because that is, in fact, a destructive operation. And I have the problem of how to hold this. If I put it in the pin vise, it could damage the head on that little thing. I should not use a power tool on it at all. That's the first thing. The other thing is it can be very hard to tell how much material I removed. Let's see if we can do it this way. Just debating. I should score it. I have an X-Acto. I misplaced it. That's strange. Oh, I opened a box earlier. Okay, so I'm not at all sure I want to do it this way. I just want to look at it. Is this even something that can be contemplated? How to, the thing you would do, you could also do is glue that into something. So you're not actually holding it. Then remove the glue. Steak. It could fit inside of a steak. I think that is a good idea. That's interesting in a couple of ways. One is it provides support, but also makes it much easier to see how much material has actually been removed. Now, I can try using this sharpening stone. That dust is nice. I think I'd rather use something less dusty. I'm already in a situation where I think I need to be more precise. I think this is going to work, but I need to be precise about how much material I'm going to remove. So that means a couple things. I need my micrometer. And I need, I think I need to put it back in the watch to look at what that really is. Okay, so first of all, put it back in the watch. This is right? Yeah. Oh, okay. So we want to press down. And again, okay, so when I press this on, I can set the movement on this. This is to give it a little bit of a hard backing when I press the, oh, where is it? Where's the cannon pinion? Oh no. Where would I have put that? Am I stupid? I have a tin for that. It's not in there, I bet you. Oh, God damn it. That thing is so fucking small. Oh, wait, it's sitting right there. Just about lost my freaking mind. When that starts to happen, it's time to take a chill pill. You know what's insane? How was that? I flipped this thing over. How did that thing get jammed in there and stay there? I'm the luckiest person in the freaking world. Okay, so the point now is that if I put that on, see how freaking long that thing is? Okay, so anyway, that gave me a good idea. I need to take off like half of that. So I still need enough to put the hand on. I would say I need to take off a length that's almost equivalent to, it's about 3/4 of the width I need to take off in terms of length. Okay. So the way I'm going to do that, I decided, is measure it. This is my poor man's micrometer measuring device. I was measuring this jewel. Works. The thing is, this micrometer is not designed to have this shelf. But that shelf is like $150 accessory if you buy it at Bergeon. So I just made one out of an upside down steak or punch. This jewel is just a scrap jewel. Don't need that. Now to measure this, I don't really need this. Now what's happening? I need to... Should I try to focus that? I don't think it matters. Yeah, focus it. Okay, so we want to measure this. I think that is the length. That's even shorter than the length. Okay, so the length is whatever that is. 6.27. $6.275. Where's my notebook? Is that right? 6.275. Yep. Now I need to measure the width. Let me check that 0 is correct on this because I haven't used this one lately. Oh, I have. That's the jeweling one. I did 0 it recently. Yeah. Okay, so now we're going to check the width. Width is 0.4. So we're going to remove 3/4, which is 0.3, which gives us a new length of 6.275 minus 0.3 is 5.975. Looks about right. 5.975. So I'm going to need that. I need to stick this back in here. I want to see if this is like going deeper and deep. It could be like getting pushed into gunk. And therefore it could be deceptive how much I'm removing if it just keeps getting deeper into this. No, that's not going any further. Okay. So I can see, like, you know, I have a sense of what needs to come off visually. Come on, where are we? Anything come off? One way to find out. Say, set this for 6. Is that actually 6? Yeah. That's basically, that did something. I'm surprised how much came off so quickly. Ugh. I can't believe I was going to use a Dremel tool. That would just eat that pin like butter. Okay, that time I did basically nothing. Oh wait, 5.975 is right here. that's it basically. Is that right? 5.975. Yeah. That's 6. That's 5. Okay. So the only thing is it flat on the end? Not exactly. But at this point, I want to be very careful. Keep this in case I'm wrong. Try to figure out what went wrong. Now, I think we're done with the punches. Where are my... I'm ready to put that back through there from this side, and then flip it over and put the cannon pinion on it. So I have to put it in through this side. And flip it. Oh, and the same thing, I need to put it on top of this so when I press it, I've got something solid backing. Can I focus on that? Okay, so then this is going to go on here. These steel tweezers are a bit better for that. But maybe no, it's not all the way down yet. this is one thing I was worried about. I pressed it. Did I press it too hard? We can do some testing. See, what's important here is when I turn that, it turns this, because the minute hand is going to be mounted on there. And what we know is happening on the bottom side is that it's slipping because it has to. So I think it's good. Meaning it's slipping because the pallet fork is engaged, you can't just freely turn the movement underneath. So that's why you have to have that cannon pinion slipping happening at the bottom part of this gear, not up here. Okay. Now, what I'm curious about is this probably needs some more lubrication, but so this gear, that's the hour hand. Too much. HP 1300. I just keep looking at that because see the teeth on that cannon pinion stick up a bit, so this gear never goes down as low as you might think it might, but that doesn't matter. It's seating, that's what's important. And there's a dial washer, which is also important. So that's going to hold it down when the dial is on. And then the hand is going to be fine. And I think the dial can go on now. Oh, I want to see if it's still running. Yeah. Oh, there's something I should do. I should do a time lapse of it running with the seconds hand on because that's so cool. So let's do that before we put the dial. And then also I can make sure, it's always a drag to fully assemble something and then realize you made a stupid mistake. The hand is a little bit bent. Oh, so what happened was sanding the tip of that thing made it very square, which is going to make it challenging to put the hand on. I did try to deburr it. Oh, good. Oh, so now that hand needs to be, let me look at this. The hand's going to need to be made smaller. But for now, let's look at setting. I think I'll wait to fix the hand until I do this little time lapse. So the cool thing is I have this teeny tiny seconds hand. Now, normally, if you wanted to have a seconds hand, you need that pinion would need to have a longer what do you call it, staff. The staff would need to come up, be long enough to go through the dial and everything. But okay, so the next thing I need to do is prepare the staking tool to make the hand, the minute hand fit tighter. I want to let that run for a bit. It's been 2.5 hours already. I want to be able to do time lapse so that you actually see all the hands moving. But you know what? I'll do that after the case is on it, because then it'll be really cool. Okay, so for now, I need to get the minute hand off. And close the hole on it. And I might be able to use the same tool. Oh man. Ah, that alarm earlier was for an auction. I think I would, oh, that was a swatch. Fuck. If that went for $4, I'm gonna be so mad. $9. Well, whatever. There's some big collectors out there spending the big bucks on Swatch, $9. Who's got that kind of money? Oh, way too big. So this is just to fit it. I'm not going to put it on permanently right now because the dial's not on. I think that's going to be tight when I get to it. Now this, I just want to check. Our hand's going to be fine. That's going to be fine. So I want to get rid of that second hand. Now I gotta try to take the hour hand off. This could just be a double tweezer thing. Damn it. Oh, I was going to try to bend that. Perfect timing. Okay, so I want to try to hold this and straighten this. That's risky. I think I just scratched the paint, so I don't think I'm going to do that anymore. That's a fine detail. Currently beyond my skill set. Oh wait, this needs to go on. And then this guy, We're going to come back to that, which I view as a friction issue. And then where do we have the dial screws are built in. So the dial screws, what I do is turn them unscrew direction. Because that makes it go in the slot and then lift. So you can see that one's actually already in the slot. That's why it made that clicking sound. But now I'm lifting till this point. So that should be tight. And now I think I can case it, then put the hands on, then put the crystal on. So to case it, I want to remove the stem. Case. Oh wait, it goes through the front. Okay, and then I can put the crown and deal with the casing in the back. So there's a couple of things. There's a casing screw. And there's also the stem screw. Okay, and then case screw is down here. And this one, I would loosen it to lift it up against the back of the case. I just loosened it too much though. So it needs to be like, needs to get started again. Okay, I think that that's it. Technically, that casing screw should have a little bit more thread on it, so it can come up and be tight against something. I don't really see what it's against, but okay. Now, the hands. Can do another test where we look at rotation. That's what it should be doing. So when I set it, really hard to get that to sit still with the camera. So when I turn this, there's a hair there. So you see that pin moves the center because of all that staking I did. Now, simple mechanism means easy to put the hands on at 12. Okay, I want to make sure that that doesn't touch. I like this case design. It's like a football. No, it doesn't care. Like the hands are safely inside the... Okay, let's see what happens. I think I don't love doing this on the casing cushion because it's too squishy. But that didn't sound right. I pushed that pin out the back. Okay, so that's the same problem. Damn it. I think that's what happened anyway. I should have braced the back. I'll show you what I mean. See that pin popped out. I should have caught that. Should have caught that. after all I've been through with this movement. Now the tricky thing is I need some kind of special way to hold this and put it on something hard. Probably looks funny, but it's actually going to work. The only problem is I'm not accustomed to. The key is when I push down on this, I got to be pressing against that piece of metal. Did it already pop out? Yes. So that didn't, this gear thing didn't work. The more times it pops, also the more it's not going to want to stick in the end. Can't I get this a little bit better? This is crazy. That's exactly what I need. I wonder if that's an accident. See, when I press that hand on, I need that support exactly in the middle. Okay. As long as I keep that perfectly centered. Microscope is just too... Oh, it's all right. Oh, I'm so fidgety now. I can't do that. Everything throws me off. This thing just being an inch higher, suddenly it's like all wrong. Maybe I should do it down here and then move it up for the pressure. Why am I still having problems with you, you little pain in the ass? I think I need this stupid metal hand pusher. Oh my lord. Okay, that's beautiful. It runs in that position. So the final thing is to, what happened? I lost my battery. That served its function. Okay. So now I'm no, that's fine. I think I'll do a little bit of Rodico cleanup. Sternkreuz MDT 191, 19.1. Now, if this is not enough, if it's not tight enough, I'll switch. I have a 19.2 also. I feel like these finger cuts are too dirty to be dealing with this right now. I can't tell. Is that? That is perfect. Holy crap. So that's it. That was the coolest thing I've ever done. The coolest. Because that thing had so many problems, and they weren't just me. They were real problems. That softbox has a nice shadow from the microphone. Actually, what I should do for this, oops. Hey, keep going. You're on camera. And then, of course, it's set for, like, the wrong time. It's so hard to get a good shot. Okay, this is like this is really an accomplishment for me. Because this thing was not really ever supposed to work again. Somebody did some weird stuff to it. So the next problem here is that this runs very slowly when it's face down. I think when it's face up, it runs better. It just stopped. When it's face up, it actually runs better. But the question is why, and I need to fix that, obviously. So that's face up. It's running way too fast. Beat error is 3.7 milliseconds. It says the amplitude is 301, but there's something wrong. If I flip it over, give it some time to, okay, so it just stopped, pretty sure. Yeah, so there's a couple possible problems, but basically I need to go back in and try to figure out where the friction is coming from, even though it's been cleaned and lubricated. So it's running again because it was face up for a moment, but now it's going to run into the problem. So one possibility is that the balance jewels weren't cleaned well enough because I didn't disassemble the pair. It's not an Inca block, but it is a pair of jewels, like a Inca block setting. So I can look at that. I can also look at the whole powertrain with the balance and what am I trying to say? Pallet fork. I can also look at the whole powertrain with the balance and pallet fork removed so that so it's free to unwind. And if it doesn't unwind with ease, then the friction is somewhere up the powertrain. And if it's only the introduction of the balance wheel or the pallet fork that's creating the friction, then the friction is in that area. So that's going to be my first exploration. So to uncase this, I have to remove the stem and crown and then twist that screw, even though it's not doing a whole lot right now. So this is a kind of half screw head that's tall. So I can turn it to this kind of halfway position, and that should come out. But the thing now also is that there's a pin. So that's a point where it doesn't want to come out. That's a point, and then there's some kind of pin under here. But anyway, the movement comes out the front, right? So, oh, there's the locking pin. So there's a pin under there. So it has to pivot out on this side, which is the 12 o'clock. And it has to come out the front. So I keep damaging my thumbnail going under there, so I'm going to use a this is actually a case opener. See, it has a groove for the thumbnail or case opener. I feel like I'm at risk of slipping. It wants to open, but it doesn't want to open. Okay. And then it wants to rock out from the 12 o'clock. So perhaps a toothpick is a gentle way to try to pry it up. Oh wait, 12 o'clock is where the pin is at 6 o'clock. Okay, so I can just push it up from behind. So it wants to come up like that, because that pin is down in here. And then once it starts to come up, it should come out. Okay, cool. Now, I hate to take the hands off, but I don't see any way to avoid that. Could the hands be causing friction? They could be. I don't think they are. I'm going to hold off on removing the dial for a moment because I can place it in this moving holder and not, the hands will be okay. Dial will be okay. And then I can perhaps troubleshoot. Is that high enough to be in focus? So my objective here is to remove the balance and balance cock and then remove the pallet fork so that it can unwind. Ooh, the only problem is going to be I need to let the power out first. So I think I can do that. I should put the stem back in. So the normal way to let the power out is put the stem and crown in. Make sure it's in winding mode, which is in, and then ease back the click while holding this so it doesn't unwind too suddenly. Oops. Ah, damn it. Okay, I think the power's out. Yeah, see the pallet, the balance is spinning, but the pallet gear is not turning, so that means the power is out. So that means I can continue removing this. Oh, it's so frustrating. Like, it's obviously loose. Why don't I have a sense that why do I think it's already, like, look at how loose that is. Then when I try to grab it, it's like, okay, now I want to lift that without damaging our pivots there. Oh. Okay, the pivot is still alive. Now the power's gone out of it, that's good. I want to remove the Now I feel like the pallet fork pivots were also bent. I mean, that's what I recall, let's say. It's not a feeling. You see it shifted when I did that? I think it's in the the pallet fork pivots is where we may have the issue. The whole pallet fork is like twisted up actually on the That's strange. Doesn't seem perpendicular. Okay, so now what I want to do, I think the power should flow freely. So if I wind it, power should just kind of flow out of it. And that's what's happening. The hands are gonna, I guess they'll clear. I want to make sure the hands don't hit the movement holder on the other side. Okay, so for me, that indicates that whatever is causing the resistance, it's in the So let's take a really microscopic look at the points that could be creating friction. Now I can't get up high enough for this for some reason. Now I'm going to have to go lower, I think. So I want to look into the jewels and just see if there's anything toothpick time. So that's this is the jewel, which happens to be clear, not pink, but I want to see if that is a crack or if that's dirt on that. Oh, looks like maybe it's cracked. And then same thing over here. So I think both of those jewels are imperfect. They have cracks around the edges. So let's look at the other counter, the jewels on the opposite sides. One is going to be the jewel on the opposite side of the pallet fork. Now I need to go lower. This won't go any lower. So I'm looking at that's the bottom side of this jewel. That's the side of the jewel that should be facing the pallet fork. And I want to put an extra light on that. Try to get some more contrast. That jewel looks like it would be so hard to replace. And this side is the upside. Oops, why am I totally out of frame here? I'm going to put the parallel lens back on. I'm running into the same problem again. I can't go high enough. Get a lower. Where's that thing? I have like a dial. Cushion. That's an interesting view. I don't know why. Maybe this should not be so bright. That's weird, it got better when it's brighter. See, the whole debate here is like, this part is like so old and so handmade. I don't really see, where's my toothpick? I don't see how I'm gonna replace that jewel, even if I wanted to. I guess we could take a look at the pallet fork. So this is the Is there some static electricity here, or what's going on? What I'm curious about is how much play oh, I got it upside down again because this, it actually should be the other way. I don't see anything obviously wrong with that. So that's what, I don't want to go down a path. It's interesting though that this has been through the cleaning machine. It still has gunk on it. Okay, so I'm going to consider that. That's been inspected. The other thing is the bottom of this. Oh, I could put this. Yeah, I should put that in the movement without the pallet fork and see if it's very free. I've seen other people do that. The other thing is that spring looks like it's just too dense. Why so much hairspring? I also wanted to try to look at the inside of that jewel. While I'm at it, we can look at this pivot. This is what I'm worried about. That pivot looks like it's in need of polishing. And you know what that means? Like, I mean, look at that thing. It's a mess. That's what these tools are all about, dude. You don't want to do watchmaking, then go ahead, don't do it. Nobody's making you. Hairspring looks okay. A little dirt on it, but the problem is going back to the, like, removing the collet, marking that so I can get it back on in the right place, polishing that pivot on the Jacot tool without breaking it, re-jeweling to make the jewel hole smaller in the jewel on that jewel setting. Okay, you know, I did say what I wanted to try is put this in without the balance, without the pallet fork, and just see how free the balance is to move. I'm trying to procrastinate. Oh gosh. I can't do anything without the microscope now. That's that little click. See, the problem is this is not all the way down. There's a huge danger of breaking the pivot. It's maybe not even in the hole correctly, but somehow I got to get this to seat without exposing that balance to even more danger, risk of damage. I don't really have a clue how to do that. Okay, those pivots are still intact. It's wobbly because it's not seated. It still doesn't look like it's fully seated. Now that popped out, so that's dangerous. I know I'm gonna break the pivot. These forces are just too much. I'm surprised I haven't already broken it. I guess once I get to that point, I should just use the screw to bring that down. That doesn't look right. Okay, so now that is flat. And then this is the final test, like, so that seems fine too. So it seems like the only problem is on the pallet fork side. Perhaps that slows down faster than it should, but I think this guy is the one that's not recording anymore, actually. So I think I should put the pallet fork back in. Same thing, you gotta like unscrew that forever. You telling me that that is not unscrewed? I think here it's important to understand that like using a lot of power is a really bad idea, but kind of gradually rocking this back and forth, even if it takes forever. Last time I used too much power and I was lucky I didn't snap the pivots on the balance. So you get to this point where it's just ready to pull off. And I never put a lot of power into the balance wheel area. Okay, so now I'm gonna put the pallet fork back. Now I want to put a little bit of power back in it and see if the pallet fork snaps back and forth. I can kind of tell that there's too much friction there. So I think that's the problem. The question is, where's that coming from? That feels better. But I didn't change anything. That should come out easier. There we go. Oopsie daisy. Okay, now I'm starting to wonder if the whole problem is just the balance wasn't on correctly. You have to remember, one thing I get confused about is the impulse joule. The reason they say go in like this angle and then turn it is simply the impulse joule just has to start on the correct side there. It doesn't have to be in the teeth of the fork. It just has to be lined up to go in. I shouldn't be having to play with that. Why? Why so not easy? The problem ultimately is that this should just slip down. And seat itself, but it doesn't. Every time I place it there, it gets more and more sticky. So maybe this is kind of weird, but maybe I should put some lubrication on there. Where are those things? Is there 3 of those? 3 pins. Hmm. That's interesting. I'm not entirely surprised. The balance is like grounding out. So that's because it's not properly seated on this side. How can there be that much variation? Very annoying. So as soon as you tighten that down all the way, it seems to be getting stuck on the balance, on the... Okay. Is that going to run now? Now, can I go tighter with this? So that was the whole problem, was that the single point on the pallet fork bridge or whatever was not enough to make it seat properly. But I think that's going to do it for now. The only problem is I see a tiny hair on the one of those pallet teeth. Okay, I'm ready to case this thing up. Ooh, what happened? Nothing. What would cause that? Put pressure on that? I'm gonna try. Okay. I would need to remove the stem. that point at 12 o'clock is just not easy. I mean, at 6. I've never had so much difficulty casing this. Why? Oh, maybe the screw turned. Oh, Jesus. No, it should be fine. One thing is 3 o'clock is not quite aligned. Ugh. It just has to be perfectly aligned and then it works. But it's like, don't make it easy on me, do you? Okay, so now we can put this in. And then there's some cleanup to do. Something else. This case screw. And then tighten this. Do I want to close? Ugh, the movement's coming out again. The frickin' freak. Fuck, how's that possible? I went too far with this. Oh, I see. I caught it in about... Okay. Now there's one other thing. The hand is mighty close to the dial. And I think that I'm going to use like a plastic to bring that up a bit. There's nothing I can do to get under there. Okay, so the answer is to poke it a little bit on the other side. So like, if it's popping down over here, then pop it up over here. That's already enough. Okay. Try to close this without a hair in there. Jesus. Let's see what the time grapher says now. Hmm. 13 seconds a day, 297 amplitude. The beat error is just so big you can't even measure it, I think. Yeah, it's going a bit crazy. But it's working face up. And face down. Supposed to wait a day. Put a full wind on it, wait a day. See what happens. Let's try it again with more of a wind. I guess I should slow it down. Definitely running too fast. So it's not that difficult to regulate in theory. So we have, I don't know which way you go, to tell you the truth. Let's say we want to slow it down, but that may be the wrong way. That may be what you do if it's running too slow. Okay, now I think it's going way too fast, maybe. Try the other. Why is it all of a sudden acting like it's so weak? Oh, okay, that's bad. Crown was not properly seated. I think I thought I did that, but guess not. Time is it? 8:30. 8:33. Man, that is way too fast. Well, I think I'm going to let this go for a while. Come back because I think it's interesting. It's interesting to let it run for a while. And I'm more comfortable now in that zone of the balance and the pallet fork than I was. Such an old movement, and you could tell this movement is so poorly made, even though it's nicely decorated with some perlage at the end. It's pretty much looks like it was made by hand in someone's barn, most of the parts, which is probably what was the case. So I think it's really cool. It's cool that it works in all positions, needs to break in, hasn't run for 70 years probably, and then we'll see what it's doing in a few days. See if there's something else I can do to probably the hairspring, right, running too fast. I could demagnetize it. Should I dare? Let me do that, because actually demagnetizing is important. So I don't know if you can see my demagnetizer here. That killed it. Is that true? Holy crap. Why would that do that? It vibrated something that I was poking at. Maybe I pulled it away too fast. Ooh, now it looks better. If you pull it away from the demagnetizer too fast, it actually magnetizes it. $766, $800. Well, let's try this though, because that was interesting. I'm gonna take this watch off. So I'm gonna move it away very slowly from the demagnetizer. I can't let well enough alone. That's my problem. I want to retard the speed of this thing a bit. That just seems to make it go faster. It's one of those things like the O-rings on the Challenger. I remember somebody said, like, if it's going too slow, you move it in the direction of what it's doing wrong. Let's just go for an extreme, like, it should be running super fast now. That is the craziest time grapher chart I've ever seen. Okay. Once again, that's pretty good for now. So there's another cool thing, which is I found this strap at my thrift store for 2 francs 90 cents, which is about $3. And this is made for this kind of watch. You attach it and glue it, or it's probably like heat gun or something. And then you got a strap on it. And this is from the days of the trench watch. Okay, so we need to do bottom part. Don't want to get any on the watch. Man, I should have like something ready to crimp that. Clothespin. I have some plastic thing. I have this, but I don't, it's got some teeth. That's kind of cool. You can just open your watch anytime you want. Take a look at the movement. Let some dust and dirt and hair go in there. Okay, that's insane. Thanks for watching.